Hey everyone, this is Malgazer returning with another installment to the Final Fantasy XIV main story playthrough. Last we played, we stopped some stuff going down in Radzat Han. It is still having issues right now because of the final days. So we went ahead and went back to the first in order to get some information from Elidibus, whose soul was still sucked inside the Crystal Tower. And he decided to be like, you know what? I'll send you to the location of the ancients called Elpis, where they actually create life. They do tests and things like that to see if it's viable. Well, that's where we are. We're in a location called Elpis. And we are now working our way, talking through and to... Oh, a little bit of lag there. We were talking to Hermes, who eventually becomes Fandaniel. We also ran into Ifladeus and Emmett Selk himself. So right now we're just going to get started with a couple of these, hopefully quick Aether Current quests. Get these out of the way. This is cool in this expansion, though. Not only do we get to go to the moon, but now we're back in time, before the final days. Okay, what are we doing? Speaking with people, so I can't mount. What I'm hearing. Mount, you'll run too fast. You won't be able to make it anywhere. What's up with the lag tonight? I already lagged twice. That's very strange. I see they're making gooboos over there. I forgot what they called them here, but that's what we call them in the future. Or in the present, I guess. Blah, blah, blah. If I want to go through the story down the road, I will, but right now I just want to get to the main story. So we'll get these done like we do all the time. One second. Come on. Dang. Getting lag for no reason. Well, that's right. Dumb me. Again, I'm like, I'm good. I'm going to go and mount up and move. I still don't like the fact that they can't keep up with you when you're mounted. This is the person I talked to. Where did... Oh, there she is, right there. Here, just walk with me. Here, I'm going to put a thing on you to make sure. Lag again. Yep. Thank you. Alright, I think that was the only one that I needed to do. I don't see any other blue quests right now, so we can get back to the actual story now. Let's give it a go. Yep, there's Hermes, Emmet, Selka, Fladeus. Oh, that's right, and then Medion, which is a creature that is made of the other type of... It's not ether, it's something else. I forgot what they called it. Supposed to be based on emotions. And apparently there's more of it in the universe. So if they figured out how to tap into it, then it'd be better, more powerful than our ether. Tell me, Alcazar, in the course of watching me, have you learned auto value? That's right, they called it Dynamis. Dynamis seems promising. Lag seems promising. Dynamis, you say? Curious that an obscure phenomenon should be of interest to you. Chief Hermes, what good fortune to find you here. Is something the matter? The Lycaon, I'm afraid it's done it again. No sooner did we release one for observation than it set upon the nearby Occupides, slaughtering them. Was the creature hungry or somehow provoked? I just fed them myself, and the Occupides were keeping a wide berth. It is the nature of the Lycaon that is to blame, their innate viciousness. Temperament aside, it is an outstanding creation, perfect in form and function. Though it may not be suited for release, I have no doubt that the Bureau will accept its concept for preservation. In any case, there is no point in postponing the inevitable. Doros will revert them all once the paperwork is in order. Where is the scene of the incident? Just off the path to the 12 Wonders. As you make your way, you should see it on the left. I don't know if Doros is still there, however. Oh, I missed it. Because I'm clicking everywhere. Dang it. If this is part of his work, then I will observe. You follow. Aha. Oh, it's way down there. Never mind, I thought we were going to go up there. Well, at least the zone's beautiful. Garlemald was kind of boring because it was all snowy. Occupidi. Okay, so these are what's been killed. These things were killed by Lycaons, or whatever they called them. This lag is not going to be great. I wonder what it is that they call the Lycaon. Is there one over here? Yes, there is, actually. Let me see if I can go find this ether current first. Yeah, so there's the dead Occupides. Alright, where is it? East. There it is. I see it. So who's going to join me on this lag-filled night? Yeah, they're all, a couple more over there in that area that I can't get to yet. Or I probably could get to it, but I'm not going to get too far ahead. I used to do that where I just go around and get all the aether currents, but then usually the story takes you near them anyway. Right. The lacerations and burns are unmistakable. A Lycaon is indeed responsible. But the creature is nowhere to be seen. Doros must have taken it away. The man makes his base at the 12 Wonders. I shall go and seek him out there. Emmet Selk and I will search the air for good measure, just to make sure the Lycaons did not escape. My thanks. Let us meet the 12 Wonders when you have finished. I will go on ahead. Please follow from Alcazar. What am I going to do? Come, come. It's down this path and over the bridge. I was just telling Medion to follow me. Come with me. Oh, there's a bridge over here. Yeah. Get to go to another platform. You tree monsters. So it's not the griffins, which apparently are called grips. Excuse me. Oh, there it is. Is it like a behemoth? Oh, was that what a Lycaon is? There it is, the 12 Wonders. Hermes is looking for Doros. Let's look for Doros too. He's a man with long blonde hair, I think. I'll know him when I see him. No mounting, because then I'll lose her. You said a blonde-haired man, so let's find a blonde-haired man. Doros, that's Doros. Oh no, if it isn't Medion, what brings you here? I thought I heard familiar voices. I didn't realize you two had decided to help me search for Doros. Thank you. You're in charge of the Lycaones, I believe. Where are they now? Out in the fields in restraints. Frenzied as they were, I couldn't well return them to Tysus. These words. Once I've submitted my report, I'll see them reverted without delay. As he says, the beasts are indeed quite ferocious. But you're one of the 14. What brings you here? Nothing you need to concern yourself with, as you were. We've heard the news that a Lycaon slaughtered Docypedes. As the observer in charge, you are of the opinion that they are not fit to be released? I am. Their abnormal aggression and exceptional strength makes for a highly problematic combination. The matter is not where they are released. Lycaones would threaten the other species and upset the natural order. Could it be that specimens observed are an outlier? Highly unlikely. We've created a good many of them. All exhibited the same tendencies. Even when we used Kairos to begin with a fresh slate, their behavior was unchanged. Kairos. A memory reconfiguration system. The chief himself created it. It allows us to erase or alter memories, that we may observe creations in different environmental conditions without needing to remake them from scratch. Quite impressive and potentially dangerous. Depending on the intensity of the etheric emissions, Ashtaroth may wish to have words with you. Rest assured, I've kept all values within prescribed limits, and to prevent misuse, its applications are limited to those authorized by the chief overseer. Do not misunderstand. To manipulate the subject memories is an intrusive act I deeply abhor, but it is still preferable to execution. Come now, Chief. Let's not be so melodramatic. What is born of ether is simply being reduced to its original state. I know the distinctions concern you, but we mustn't lose sight of the bigger picture, making rational choices for the sake of a more prosperous star. If creation cannot be properly studied, even with the aid of Kairos, we remake it. If a creation is deemed a detrimental existence, we unmake it. It is all for the greater good, and none question the necessity of such routine processes. I understand these things, I do. I would never think to unleash a clear and undeniable threat to the world. Yet insignificant though their lives may be next to all creation, it is all the Lycaones have. Before we seal their fates, we owe it to these beings to exhaust all options, to ensure that nothing has been overlooked. If you insist, let me provide you with a full report, and we may take it from there. Would it be possible for us to attend the discussion, that Emmett Selk may better carry out his duties? By all means. Pray, show them to the meeting room. What was that face for? To man, other beings are just things, be used and controlled, like magic. That's what Hermes once told me. I fear this discussion may take a while, during which time... Medion, are you feeling unwell? It's not me, Hermes. It's you. I won't go to the meeting. I'll stay with Malchezair. Loath though I am to impose, may I leave Medion in your care again? Yeah, let's do it. I'm in your debt, if you'll excuse me. What are we going to do? Can you help me with something, Malchezair? The meeting will make Hermes sad. I want to cheer him up with a flower. Hermes likes flowers the most, of all the creations in Elpis. Most creations are expected to be interesting, or beautiful, or strong, better in some way. But flowers are different. They're designed to suit our emotions, what we feel and want to convey. Hermes likes that. I can't make flowers, so I'll search for one, and I want you to search with me. Let's start here, at the 12 Wonders. Let's grab the Aetheryte real quick. Vibrant purple flowers bigger than your hand adorns the tree. So big and bright, I love them, but they might be too bright. I had to think of the recipient. That's what Hermes said. A tall, slender tree rises before you. You crane your neck to look for flowers. No flowers. If there were apples, we could have covered them in syrup. Let's head outside next. Don't worry, we won't wander far. I wonder where to find flowers. In a flower bed? An array of beautiful flowers grow in the bed, a mix of colors forming a pattern. This would be better for Hermes, but they're hedged in. This means we shan't touch them. They're either under observation or poisonous. Any other place should be fine, though. Let's keep looking. Huh. Head traps. Set on a tall, thin stalk, the oddly shaped flower is mesmerizing in its undulations. Oh, a conion, a flower that can move. When Hermes wasn't looking, it shot seeds at him. Not a good gift, maybe. But you're good, Malchezair, at spotting flowers. We'll find something soon. Despite nothing promising nearby, at best common-looking grasses with some few tiny flowers. Nothing around here. Over there, Malchezair, there's something big, huge. Right next to the Malboro. A odorous grass. A terrible stench reminiscent of sodden old boots pervades the air. Without a doubt, the culprit is the marble-like creature before you. It's an Adonis. The things around its mouth look like petals. The flowers are the orbs on its head. When Hermes inspected it, it swallowed him up. He didn't leave his room for days. What do you think, Malchezair? Would he like it? Probably not a good sort of memory. So not this one either. Finding a good flower, it's harder than I thought. I'm sorry, Malchezair, but could we search a little more? Maybe it's far in the fields over there. I'll pick something after that, I promise. North. There it is. Let's click on the lush fields. Are there any more in this zone? Nope. Like they're all gonna be up there. Lush green fields stretch up before you, ending where the sky begins. Well, there's nothing. The shiny thing over there. What could it be? A shiny object? Is that the Elpis flower? Oh, Elpis flowers. They're here too. Hermes likes and dislikes them at the same time. Like me, they're enteleckies. Like me, they feel as pain and turn dark. That's only for Hermes, though. For others, they're always white and bright. Truly, the flower was dark in your home? Then, do you have it too? A dark emotion? I guess. I dare say I have a few. You don't have to say it. I can feel it's something you want to hide. But won't you lend it to me? The darkness inside you? I want to make a flower dark. In front of Hermes. He wants me to make a flower. He has been in a dark place since before he created me. He needs to know that he isn't there alone. That others are sad too. Really? You'll do it? I'm gonna nod? Yeah. Get the nod in. Thank you, Malgazar. Thank you. It means more to me than I can say. I can't wait to see how Hermes reacts. Let's go back and fetch him. Okay. Okay. Hey, look, a blue quest. Yep. Hippo, though. Alright, where are you leading me? I need to get more Giesel greens. Fight me! Unfeature! He asked me to subdue them, not kill them. I guess I'm killing them. Subdue means death. I'm just gonna teleport over. It's just right over there, but whatever. Up Hippo, though. pretty quick. I like it. It seems they're still talking. Let's wait until they've finished. Will there be some voice acting? Nice. Yeah, buddy.
Oh, you were waiting for me.
What else are we gonna do?
You've finished talking?
Yes, we've come to a decision. My thanks for keeping Meteon company. Emmett Selk and Hythlodaeus have already retired to their rooms. There is room for you too, if you would follow me.
Rooms?
Wait! I want to show you something first.
Elpis flowers?
Go on. You're not the only one, Hermes. Others feel sad too. You're not alone.
I see Meteon has shared much with you. May we talk a moment?
Am I supposed to recognize him? Is that what's that? Why I reacted? Fireflies. Hedgehogs.
I do not think it wrong that we live for the star, that we strive to make it a better place.
Eh?
And yet, in carrying out my duties here, there are times when I am plagued by doubt. Do you recall what Hythlodaeus said when we first spoke of my nomination? Death is the privilege of those who have fulfilled their purpose, a choice they embrace of their own free will, and when they depart, it is always beautiful. Perhaps it is, but only for man. Creations that he deems useless are discarded with nary a second thought. Some scarcely born into the world, afforded a handful of breaths before life and potential are abruptly extinguished. We make an effort to spare them the pain, but they sense what awaits. Rage and anguish and cower and fear, and it is not beautiful. Yet no one cares. No one. So fixated are we upon the duty that we do not pause to question the method. Pain and suffering, confusion and despair, writ plain in the eyes of those poor creatures. Yet no one sees. We turn a blind eye and carry on in blissful ignorance. Nor to miss. And always, always the blossoms shine pure and white. A contradiction so blatant I could scream, want to scream. How can you all accept this aberration?
That is a good question.
Am I the aberration for thinking thus, and I am filled with dread. But now I know I'm not alone. Not the only one for whom the flowers weep.
So you have a conscience, and you think you're weird for it, because no one else does.
Thought as he kneeled beside the Alpes, or if he only did it at Meteon's insistence. Nevertheless, I thank you. To know that you too have experienced suffering is a comfort.
Tell you all about suffering. Ah, yeah, I like that one.
Lest you misunderstand, I derive no pleasure from your pain. It's just the fact that you are still here in spite of your suffering gives me heart. The stars in the heavens, know you what they are? Though it is too far to tell, each glittering light could be a world not unlike Aetheris, a world filled with life. So many stars, so many lives. For us, there may be no higher purpose than to live for our world. But what of the other living beings out there?
Aliens.
What is
Aliens.
it that gives their lives meaning, that drives them day after day after day? To pose that question to our undiscovered cousins, I created beings of Dynamis, who can traverse the vast emptiness between the stars. Meteon and her sisters. Aye, sisters. She has a great many of them, and they have already departed on their journey, traveling to one star and then the next in search of life. As one might expect, exploration on such a grand scale is rife with difficulties, and thus far I've naught to show for it.
Doesn't mean you're wrong.
But I have faith that we will make some manner of discovery ere long. And when we do, I should be glad to share our findings with you, in gratitude for your kindness. It's getting rather late. We had best find our beds. It would not do for both of us to be sleep-deprived on the morrow. Come, Meteon. Let us head back.
All right.
Did she sense something? An all too brief interlude, perhaps, but it is time I attend to my next task. As Emet-Selk and Hythlodaeus are aware, we reached a verdict regarding the fate of the Lycaones. 7 were created for observation, and all 7 must be unmade. Duros has followed the correct protocols, and as chief overseer, I can find no fault in his judgment. The Lycaones would disrupt the natural order, ravaging and consuming other species until they themselves starve and perish. They cannot be released into the wild, and they cannot allowed to remain here in Elpis. I intend to petition the Bureau of the Architect to have the concept preserved as a restricted purpose hazardous life form. Hythlodaeus has pledged to support me in this endeavor. Yet whatever the Bureau decides, the existing Lycaones have served their purpose. Duros has already isolated the creatures and is preparing to carry out the necessary measures. I will join him forthwith. It is my duties to witness the conclusion to this study. If you are resolved, then we have but to accompany you. Of course, let us be off then. We return to the main aisle. I wonder if they're dragons, because he said there was you know, would light things on fire. Okay, yeah, there's no point in teleporting because it's right there. Wee, pew pew. I think there's one version of this that actually has like lasers and stuff that you can shoot for fun. They don't do any damage or anything, but it's just a fun thing to do. You know what? I'm gonna use some of these. Might as well. Need that. All right. Upgrade a few things. Kaboom! Ah, even look different. That's actually kind of cool. What the weapon look like? Okay. Are these them? Yep, looks like them. Doros, are you hurt? What happened here? They caught me off guard. I had them bound with ethereal shackles, but they became frenzied, even more so than usual, and broke free. I was able to stop 4. The other 3 escaped. I see them. 2 have taken to the air above the 12 wonders. Means I get to take down 1. The last one is up ahead, lurking in the fields. You and Melchizedek handle that one. The pair in the sky you can leave to me. If this is how it must end, then so be it. I'll render assistance to Emmet Selk, unneeded though it is. Medion, you are to stay here with Doros. But Hermes... The Lycaenes must be reverted. I would spare you their pain, and mine. This is my burden, not yours, but if you are intent on helping, then please, follow my lead. Can I just leave it to you? I doubt it. Music. Serious music. And there it is. It doesn't see me coming. I'm a giant chocolate creature. I appreciate your help and lament that it is necessary. There it is, our quarry. Within striking distance at present, but it feels threatened and may flee well beyond our reach. Here is my plan. You will approach slowly in full view and draw the Lycaean's attention. Now I warn you, its abilities are as fiery as its temperament. Once it spots you, it will unleash orbs of flame. But fear not. By my measure, you are more than equal to the task. Withstand the onslaught for a few brief moments, and that'll give me time to catch it unawares. Ready? Then let us begin. I guess I get to fight the orb itself. Vitior! two of them. Lag. Click the barely visible destination.
Now.
I'm missing some cool stuff because of lag. This is ridiculous.
Forgive me. Please, forgive me. May you and your kin find peace. Wherever your souls may drift in the underworld, may you find tranquil seas.
Underworld.
Be not forgotten. In concept endure. To reclaim form and one day live again. Serve not the star, or any purpose save your own. Live again, if that be your desire.
No, I just killed the legend. See, look. How's it going? It's been a while.
Be your want. We are worthy. But leave your suffering behind. Lay down your burdens. Be born anew. Fly high. Fly free.
That sucks and be like, what are you doing?
Join the convocation, Hermes. You do not belong here.
Leave to replace another. To be replaced. It changes nothing. Tell me, do you think it right that we sacrifice all these lives for the sake of the star? And when the star has reached perfection, what then? If all who are satisfied choose to die, shall we all die in satisfaction? I do not know. Were I to take up the seat of Fantasy, it would be tantamount to approving my predecessor's death. I do not know if it is right. And to be torn by such thoughts, I do not know if I am fit to represent mankind.
Hermes! Please don't be angry. It hurts so.
Forgive me. If you would still consider me in spite of everything, I beg some time to gather my thoughts. Meanwhile, Hythlodaeus, I fear I must trouble you to attend to the others.
'Tis no trouble at all. Take as long as you require.
And you, my friend. I pray you find that which you seek.
I expect we have some few matters to discuss. Shall we return to the 12 Wonders for a time?
Aye.
Are you going to teleport me, or do we need to walk back? Teleported, thank you. I'm doing pretty well, man. Appreciate it. Playing me some Final Fantasy. I'm actually getting pretty near the end of the main story quest that is available. This is a level 86 quest, and of course they end at level 90. Almost to affiliate. I just need people to just chill and watch, you know, get the average viewers up. I have everything else in line. And then we'll be there. It'll be fantastic. The other Legiones have been taken care of. The incident is resolved, and life at Elpis continues as normal. Or ends, as the case may be. Rationally speaking, I understand Hermes' argument. No matter how well deserved the rest, there is a pang of sadness when a colleague leaves us. Yet, never has a departure caused me such grief as Hermes appears to feel. What must it be like to experience such torment? Where to now? If there is anywhere you would like to visit before we leave, I should be glad to show you the way. Hermes has not yet outright refused his position with the convocation, merely postponed the decision. As such, I may as well resume my assessment. If we cannot accompany him, then I will content myself with questioning his colleagues. Ever the pragmatist, then allow me to remain your humble guide. And what of you, Balcazar? Will you continue along with us? Nope. Wonderful. Our fellowship travels on unbroken. I say we explore another part of Elpis and see what new encounters there are to be had. If you would follow me, we will first head back towards Anagnorisis. What, can I just meet you there? Kinda. Might as well just walk. Or halfway fly, yes. I'm gonna be like, here, go here. It's lag, man. It's faster than walking, but I don't have flight yet because I haven't earned it in this zone. So it is definitely slow. I mean, it's all the same. Like, even no matter what size mount you ride, it's always the same speed. So, like, it's funny when I randomize and I get a massive mount, it looks like I'm going super slow. But I'm going the same speed as that. From here, we'll follow the path northwards to Netonius. There we'll find one of the Neus, which facilitate travel between the islands of Elpis. First-time travelers must be accompanied by someone with the requisite permission, which I have previously been granted. We only need use the device together once, and henceforth you will have to leave to use it freely. Shall we? I get to use the teleporter. What is that? that a hunt target? Yes, it is. Later. Don't attack me. Oh, that music's good too. I like that. I like the battle music for Endwalker. It's pretty nice. Here we are, Notonius. This Neus will take us to Calamelios Zephyros, the western island. That's it right there, looming large over us. Step this way, and we can soon admire the view from above. There we go.
I present to you Calamelios Zephyros. Here you will find a number of testing facilities, as well as the observation hub of Poiton Oikos. Right then. Let's begin by...
A Spriggan.
Well, well. An Arraius. How delightful.
And what, pray tell, is that?
Ah, that's a new species of shark. We approved the concept but a few days ago. Sharks are among the most popular sea creatures. Rare is the day when someone does not submit a new concept. At first, they were largely orthodox, consideration given to such things as size and environmental impact. And then a whimsical someone thought to bestow it with flight, another superior intelligence. And then the floodgates burst. Concepts with multiple heads, or arms and legs, and so on and so forth. It was getting absurd. A part of me wanted to tell them to go away and find something else to create, but in the end, I couldn't deny their passion. And here we are.
Which Monster Hunter was it? World or Rise? Either way, that's pretty impressive and awesome. That's a cool sword. Hello.
That was too close. Are you unharmed?
I know you.
Well now, if it isn't a pair of familiar faces.
Banar, that we should meet you here.
Vana. Is the new expansion come out? I haven't really... Yeah, I knew it. Vana is Heidelin.
As I mentioned earlier, the better part of the convocation holds that when we retire is when we return to the star. Well, she is not among said majority. Even after stepping down, she carries on with her work.
What was her
Banar
seat?
is her name, and she is the previous Azem.
Huh. Ah, what? She was the Azem? Cool.
It has been a while, Hythlodaeus. You look well. Less so, Emmet Selk. I dare say the lines upon your brow have both deepened and doubled in number. A shame for one so young. You must make an effort to frown less often.
Easier said than done, thanks to your unruly successor.
How is he, if I may ask?
Incorrigible as ever. Rushed headlong into a volcano on the brink of eruption just the other day. I should be glad to share the tale in its entirety later, if you're so inclined.
Huh, you know I am. Now then, you are?
Can you see my ether too? See the color of my ether?
I say, have you perchance come from the future?
She called it immediately.
I do not believe we have ever met, yet I sense my magic upon you. Therefore, if I wove the enchantment, I could only have done so at a later point in time.
Oh, you're right. It's coming out in summer. I thought it came out already.
What manner of magic is this, if I may ask?
A traveler's ward, of course. It prevents the corruption of one's ether.
It sounds rather like the blessing of light.
I see you are not ignorant to its presence. And while there are many protective spells, the one you bear is unmistakably mine.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on. From the future? That's absurd.
What is it? Are you unable to speak of the matter?
Yep. If I told you everything that happens. Dang.
The reality to which you must return exists as a result of the final days. You cannot reshape the past to undo the tragedies of the present.
So, your actions here will not change your history, but they may yet affect the course of ours. How very exciting! I'm quite fond of delving into the unknown, and there's naught more unknown than the future.
I'm itself.
Until the moment finally arrives, we cannot know for certain what will come to pass, regardless of our supposed foreknowledge, so you needn't worry for us. More importantly, that you should go to such great lengths as to travel unto the past bespeaks the gravity of your quest. Will you not reveal it to us? Mayhap we can be of aid to your cause.
I wonder, what if she became Heidelin because of what I tell her? Or maybe they only think of somebody in Zodiac
This
because
is
of me.
true, then you've been keeping quite the secret to yourself. As a representative of the Convocation, I will hear it all. Your identity, purpose, everything.
And what if I don't? What? Not you, Emmett Selk. I killed you in the future.
Why don't we move to a place more conducive to calm conversation? I've been working here for some days now at an old friend's behest. If it is agreeable, we may make use of my accommodation at Poiton Oikos. We were meant to meet. I am certain of it. Else I wouldn't have marked you so clearly and sent you unto myself in the past.
It wasn't you who did it.
Precisely the sort of mischief I would get up to. And quite inspired, if I do say so myself.
I mean, we're trying to find out what caused the final days. My apologies, but before we move along, a colleague has tasked me with a matter with which I'd rather not leave unresolved. It involves finding a certain concept-engraved crystal and the quick-fingered Aureus which made off with it. An Aureus, you say? I think you might have seen the culprit before being distracted by that business with the shark. Would you like us to follow its ethereal trail? I like how they call it a shark, not some weird ancient word like everything else. That would, of course, lead us only to the Aureus. There is no guarantee that it hasn't dropped or stashed away the crystal you seek. Please, even that much would be enormously helpful. While you are hunting down the thief, I could follow behind and scour the forest floor, just in case. Could I ask you to join the search? I'd appreciate another pair of eyes to cover the land to the west of here. Many thanks. There's a small bridge leading into Poits and Oikos. Let us meet up there once we've exhausted our efforts. But yeah, it does come out in summer. I thought it was supposed to come out in like... Oh, hello. That's cool looking. I thought it was supposed to come out already, but apparently not. Yeah, by beating Rise, did you mean you took down like the Thunder Serpent? I think that's the end of the main story, right? Or would you take down all the other stuff that came out? Because I haven't touched anything beyond that point. I haven't played it in quite a while, actually. I think I stopped playing before Chameleos came out. There it is. Yeah, same with me. I took down the Thunder Serpent and the Wind Serpent, and then I stopped playing. I did the same thing with World. I beat the main game and I played a little bit for a while, but then I stopped playing because they just kept coming out with harder versions of monsters that were already existing as opposed to new monsters. Like the tempered versions. And I stopped before the Master came out. Our last searcher returns. I'm afraid the Aureus no longer had the crystal, nor was able to find it as I followed in its wake. I don't suppose you fared any better. The crystal. Well done. Wonderful. Now I can focus on your tale without the missing concept nagging at my mind. Have you always had a knack for finding things? Yep, even real life. Traveling and searching go hand in hand. Travel often, then. It seems we have something in common. Long ago, when I held the seat of Azim, I was forever trekking back and forth across the star in search of answers to people's problems. Naturally, the need for such journeys has lessened considerably since I entrusted the position to my whimsical successor. Yet I am still eager to come running should an old acquaintance or new interest require my personal attention. That is what brings me to Elpis, in fact. Many times has my presence been requested, my opinion sought concerning the habitat of this or that creation. Agreeing to help locate that missing crystal was a minor distraction, which now promises to become a major revelation. How strange and wonderful it is, the way one thing leads to another. Wouldn't you agree? My pillow fell off. Ah! Yeah. Well, the fun thing about World right now, yeah, they're all buying it. Not only is it still a fantastic game, but a lot of the licensed optional stuff is fading, if not already faded. Like I think the Assassin's Creed stuff is no longer available, and things like that. Maybe like the Witcher stuff will stop being available eventually. Thank you again for your timely help. Now then, 'tis time I return to the stolen property. If you would go on ahead to my accommodation, I will join you as soon as I have attended to that task. Follow the path straight ahead to the building at the top of the slope. I have the entire place to myself, so we can speak without fear of being disturbed or overheard. I don't think they're going to add DLC to World, though. They usually add, based on my experience, they usually add one chunk of DLC and then they're done with it and they go on to the next game. That'd be awesome if they did. I'd definitely jump right back in. There's only so much guiding lands you can do before you get bored of it. Wait. Is there another one over here? It said southeast. No, I'm not going to do a fate. Hey, no worries, man. Thanks for coming to check it out. Go ahead and plug in your phone and maybe I'll catch you next time. There it is. $397 to the west. It's over there. Probably gonna be a bunch of missions here, so let's go continue the story, and then we'll get the Aether Current. Hey, look, fairies. Welcome to my temporary abode. Please make yourself at home while I put on some tea. I still have tea in the past. Give me some more voice acting, please.
A wonderful aroma. I feel more relaxed already.
Would that I had sweetmeats to offer, but I travel light out of habit. There's plenty of hot water though, so please have as much tea as you like. Now then, will you tell us your tale?
Where do I start? The world has been sundered, broken into shards. They all seem unsurprised.
Why don't you start from the beginning?
Dang it. I'm going to telling them everything? Or just what they need to know? Mm-hmm. La Brea, yep. Emmett Selk. Mm-hmm. Destroying Zodiac.
Preposterous. Utterly preposterous.
While not the words I would have chosen, I too have my doubts. Much of it borders on the incredulous. What of you, Vanar?
Not knowing the precise details of the first final days, it is difficult to determine the veracity of the tale. Supposing it is all true, I must ask myself why I would do what I did. Why would I feel I had no recourse but to oppose the 14 and create this Hydaelyn? Circumstances change, of course, but it would not have been an easy decision regardless. No, there must have been a reason. One compelling enough to force me to take such drastic measures. Then there is the Elpis flower, which I said would serve as a guide. That it's of import to your mission is plain, but your presence here leads me to believe that this place also holds significance. But what could it be? What are we meant to accomplish?
Might it not be simply thus? In the future whence he came, the final days could not be averted. Mankind has no choice but to flee the star. By alerting us to that eventuality, perhaps you wish to pave the way for other futures.
Theoretically speaking, it is a possibility. Yet if that were my primary objective, I see no reason to guide our friend to Elpis specifically.
Maybe
The
what...
capital and Amarot, or even my own home would be more logical destinations.
Unless something happens here just in the near future that I need to see. That you don't even know about yet.
I note also that Hydaelyn did not specify a point in time to which he must return. By this, it may be inferred that it was not critical that we should meet.
Alternately, she had reason to believe that our paths would converge, coincidental though it may seem.
Because it already happened.
This is quite a puzzle, and we do not have all the pieces.
Hardly any, but we do have one immutable fact. If the final days are indeed as described, they will bring death to all that I hold dear. Yet despite being afforded long years of preparation, the only provisions I could make were for flight. Nay, my first and foremost endeavor would be to find a way to forestall the coming doom.
Given that even the 14 failed, mayhap you deemed it impossible.
Nothing is impossible. This I have always believed. And if Hydaelyn is indeed me, she would believe the same.
Come on, Emmett Selk, say something.
Listen to yourself.
There he is.
Are you seriously entertaining the notion that you are a messianic figure in some far-fetched tale? Well, I will not. I refuse to accept that our world could be undone by some unforeseen calamity. I also take offense to my portrayal as a megalomaniacal madman. To sacrifice oneself for the star is a noble act, and I would hold those who gave themselves to this zodiac in the highest esteem. Yet, you claim I recreated Amarot and populated it with phantoms of our people? A bizarre indulgence that would be insulting to their memory.
Mm-hmm. You did.
Worse still, I even invited you there. Literally invited my own downfall. Why would I do something so idiotic and inexplicable?
Because I told you right here that I did it, so you made it continue to happen.
Now, I will allow that the hypothetical task of restoring our world would be daunting in the extreme. The thought of having to bear such a burden for 1,000 lives horrifies me. But I would never forsake my duty. I would never forsake my brethren.
And you didn't, all the way to the very end.
You do not know me.
Mm-hmm.
I've had my fill of your fiction. I will return to my duty, and you will not bother me again.
Storm out.
Wait!
You've seen much of Elpis already. If you have any observations to share, I should like to hear them.
Hermes and Medion are somehow involved.
Hermes and his creation Meteon, you say? If Dynamis is the self-same energy as Akasha, as it likely seems, then those two may well be at the center of the calamity to come. This warrants further investigation.
Maybe in investigating it, we
That's
cause it.
settled. Tis time for action. The missing pieces of the puzzle are here, I'm certain of it. And when you find them, the picture my future self has painted will be complete, and you will have your answer. And suffice it to say, I will aid you in your quest. Have faith. If Emmet Selk is the man Azum described to me, we've not seen the last of him.
Ooh, let's see what happens. Shall we begin our investigations then? I am acquainted with Hermes, of course, but only as a visitor received by the chief overseer of Elpis. Of the man himself, I know only that which is common knowledge. Thus, I suggest we fall back on the tried and true method of conversing with the locals. The observers who live here can surely tell us more of Hermes and Medion, and I have a good idea where we might begin. The blue quests? Nope, not yet. Oh, excuse me. Not even super late and I'm already yawning. See you, the woman standing in front of yonder building? Her name is Esmeen. She is the one who made arrangements for my stay in Elpis, and from what I can recall, she held her position here for quite some time. Chances are she can provide us with some insights. Go and ask your questions. I'll help with drawing out answers if need be, but I'll leave the choice of topic up to you. Questions for me? Well, I suppose I have no other pressing duties at the moment. Oh, is it one of those ones where it's like, ask the right questions and you'll get answers? Greetings, Esmeen. My friend here is desperately curious about Chief Hermes, and I was wondering if you might indulge him. Certainly, Mistress Vana. Anything to be of service. What do you wish to know? What kind of person is Hermes? Well, I can only answer from my own experience, but I would describe him as a quiet man, reserved you might say, and occasionally somewhat poor with his choice of words. His reticent nature, however, does not prevent him from carrying out his duties as chief overseer. The man is a walking archive when it comes to life forms. He can discuss any species in incredible detail, and as a leading authority on concepts with the power of flight. I hope that answers your question. Was there anything else? Do you know of Medion's abilities? It's no secret that she is highly unusual familiar. Of late, the chief often makes his rounds with her, like a mother hen raising her chick. I understand that she is able to read emotions and communicate directly with one's mind. Exactly how she was created with that talent, however, is a mystery to me. My apologies. I wish I'd explain her nature in more depth, but I've not had occasion to discuss it with Chief Hermes. You trust him? I beg your pardon? I've known Chief Hermes for many years. Though I cannot say we are close, he was never without information to the detriment of our duties, if that is what you mean. Forgive us. We seem to have veered slightly off course here. Is there perhaps someone else who could tell us more about Medion? That would be Timaeus. He has a similar expertise with flying concepts and is more than eager to discuss the subject. You'll find him conducting his observations on the banks of the stream somewhere to the east. Oh, and unless you take a particular joy in rambling discourse, I suggest you keep your questions concise. I shall keep that in mind. Thank you for your patience and your insight. Make nothing of it. If there is aught else you need during your stay, please do not hesitate to ask. Come, Algazar. I think we've taken enough of Ismi's time. Let's go talk to the other dude, Timaeus. I thought it would be further away. Our investigation is off to a fine start, wouldn't you agree? From here, I propose that we split up. I shall continue making inquiries with the resident observers, if you can track down the colleague Ismi named. While I did feel compelled to interject once or twice during the previous conversation, you seem more than capable of drawing forth the answers you seek. All I ask is that you watch your footing around the stream. We can meet back here once you finish speaking with this Timaeus. Mm-hmm. Yes, I am Timaeus, but please keep your voice down. We'll startle the birds. So, what does he wish to speak about? Is it true you're an expert on flying creations? A fellow enthusiast, are you? Well, settle in and we can discuss the finer points of this fascinating craft. My deep and abiding love of avian artistry can be traced back to when I was but a young boy, stricken by the transcendent beauty of a glorious golden-feathered creature my father had designed. It was then and there that I vowed to one day surpass that masterpiece. Well, it has been rambling in an unstoppable discourse, huh? And thus did I secure an observer's role here in Elpis, and at last realize my childhood ambition. Here, the dreams I once dreamed are an everyday reality in which I find fulfillment through the research and creation of new flying life forms. An abridged recounting of events, as was doubtless to your disappointment. Is there any specific part you would like me to expound upon? You were hoping for an opinion on Chief Hermes' creations? Then why didn't you say so? Those beings which soar through the clouds, majestic and graceful, are ever a favorite of creators. Even now, with so many varieties in existence, the flood of newly imagined concepts continues unabated. What sets the chief creations apart, however, is how they benefit from his boundless knowledge of the celestial realm. Birds that climb so high they disappear from view, others which traverse the boundless skies in moments, and all without riding the currents. I know of none save he who can conceive of such marvels. Even we who prize elegance of form above all else are dumbfounded by his genius. Medion too is a marvel, then? My opinion of that matter would be superficial at best. Despite my admiration for Medion as a concept, I have never delved too deeply into the inner workings of her nature. I know that she has a gift for communicating via emotions, but otherwise, her abilities are a mystery to me. If Chief Hermes should choose to submit Medion's concept to the Bureau of the Architect, then will the design be registered for public scrutiny. Analyzing a colleague's creation before that step is frowned upon, to say the least. Of course, if it came to me, a fellow artisan, looking for advice, that would be an entirely different story. You know of Dynamis and Entelechis? Dynamis and Entelechis? Those terms do sound vaguely familiar. Was there not a flower made here in Elpis which exhibited properties of one or the other? It must have been centuries since I last heard anyone speak of such things. Has there been a resurgence in interest? Nope. Why bring up the subject? I'm flattered that you sought my insight, but I cannot afford to neglect my duties for the sake of idle chatter. Now, I really must return to my observations. Surely you have your own tasks to attend to? Good timing. I finished my own investigations not long ago. So we found anything findings to share? Blah, blah, blah. Explain. I see. Even an expert in the field had little understanding of Medion's capabilities, let alone an awareness of Dynamis. My questions resulted in much the same answers. Hermes' colleagues view Medion as his personal project and could provide no details beyond those which you just told me. Which leads me to believe that the only person with significant knowledge of Dynamis is Hermes himself. Yes, we've made some progress here, but more information is needed if we are to reach any definitive conclusions. At present, the strongest link we have to the final days is the power of Dynamis, and the Entelechis which can control it. Yet most scholars are only vaguely aware of these terms, let alone study them in any depth, except for Hermes, it seems. Thus, I am inclined to stay our current course, and learn all we can about the Chief Overseer and his family. And on that subject, was there aught else of note you could tell me about Medion, aside from her unorthodox method of communication? Her sisters were created to journey to the stars and search for intelligent life. I rather wish you had mentioned that earlier. In any event, would you care to elaborate? I don't know anything beyond that. So these siblings of hers now travel a great expanse in search of deeper meaning. Thank you. Though the mystery at hand remains unsolved, I feel you've touched upon a vital clue. One we should keep in mind as we continue. Next, I propose we take ourselves to Peripatia Crystali, not far from here. Let's follow the path to the west. See you in a second. I'm getting this thing. Nice. Now it's far away. No. This tower and the one further along are both parts of... You should be rubber banding. I went pretty dang far. You know what? Take a Confiteor. Boom. There. Anyway, this tower and the one further along are both part of Peripatia Crystalline, the facility where they archive all of Elpis' observational and testing records. Despite how they appear from the outside, the interior is actually a vast area of magically interconnected spaces, which, while fascinating, is not the reason we are here, is it? I shall cut my architectural lesson short and see what those two archivists have to share. If you could find someone to speak with over at the other tower, I shall join you there anon. You have questions for me? Certainly. Just a moment while I conclude my current appointment. Indeed. So if you can provide a comprehensive log of those behaviors, we should then have sufficient data for our official records. Now, what was it you wished to speak with me about? Oh, excuse me. The chief oversees his personal research project. And by that, I assume you mean Medion? Such undocumented studies are difficult to track. After all, hardly days go past without seeing a researcher trailed by one creation or another. I'm afraid I cannot tell you exactly when Medion appeared, only that she now spends much of her time at Chief Hermes' side. Although I do recall an interesting tale my dearest Ghislaine shared with me. Ghislaine is my partner and a fellow researcher here in Elpis. She was returning late one night when she caught sight of Chief Hermes sending Medion heavensward, a host of them. For several days, she would speak of that scene with wonder, describing it as one of the most beautiful spectacles she had ever witnessed. That sounds like a story I should like to hear. Mistress Vana, I thought you had already returned to the surface. Permit me to thank you again for your invaluable contribution to our concept placement proposal. Pray do not mention it. As you say, my original plan was to leave after that task, but I have since become engrossed in Chief Hermes' research. Would you favor me with a retelling of this sight which so delighted your Ghislaine? Of course, or you could hear from her lips directly if you prefer. At present, she should be observing a subject in the Metabaseus Thalassae. She does enjoy her time there, watching the sea creatures hunt and play, gazing upon the salty waters of the world's oceans recreated in such sublime detail. I imagine you must find similar joy in indulging your boundless curiosity, Mistress Vana, even though such pursuits must continually and regretfully delay your return to the star. Indeed they do. 'Tis a rest well deserved and long overdue, I should think. How greatly have we prospered for the wisdom you accumulated during your travels as Azim. And what would Elpis be without your earlier academic work? The theories you developed served as a basis for many techniques still in use today. Man is a creature of contemplation, but none embody that nature with as much enduring passion as you. I dare say there is not a soul alive more worthy of a return. I shall rejoice the day you depart on your final journey. I will be honored, ... Well, shall we take this opportunity to meet Ghislaine in person? Then allow me to reconfigure the door to the archives here. It will take you up to the Skyway and spare you the need to avoid hostile concepts on the ground. That'd be most helpful, thank you. I've opened the path to the Skyway. Once you pass the door, simply walk straight across the next tower and ask for admittance to the upper tier. Upon arriving at the upper tier, walk straight across the Skyway, and you will find yourself in the entrance to Metabaseos Thalassai. Elaine will be eager to share her tale with you, I'm sure. Excuse me. Mistress Vana, just passing through? Then allow me to prepare the path. If you need further assistance, there is always an observer or two out on the upper Skyway. Oh, come on, I clicked. Mistress Fana, I was not told to expect we would have prepared an official welcome. Please, there is no need for fanfare. I only wish to speak with Galeen, if that might be arranged. Yes, Galeen, of course. I will inform her immediately. But she may be engaged in a testing phase. You could be in for something of a wait. Should I let you know her business is your business is urgent? That will be necessary. This lovely view will keep us occupied until she's ready to receive us.
A delightful breeze and a breathtaking view. What is it like in the future? Is the world still a beautiful place?
Some parts, yes. Others, not so much.
Dark, hidden places, rife with danger. Those have an altogether different, but no less powerful sort of appeal. While we wait, will you not tell me about your adventures?
Didn't I already do that?
Well, not the portentous events which led you here, but the simple delights all your own. By learning about the future world, I may gain insight into future me's plans. But more than that, I have an interest simply as a fellow traveller. Short of going somewhere oneself, there's naught more stirring than hearing another's account.
What am I telling her about?
Incredible. Would that I could have been there to see it.
What did I tell her? Fill in the blank.
Yours is a harsh and unforgiving world. Yet in spite of this, your brethren hold fast to their virtue. To know that the light of mankind's potential still shines, even in that faraway place, it gives me heart. Thank you for regaling me with your tales. I will treasure every word. As you know, I was once a scholar. And among other things, I sought to understand the workings of the world. What exactly is ether? How formed the laws of nature? Whence sprung mankind? Riddles and mysteries beyond counting. Over the years, I have managed to find answers to some few of them. Yet rather than attain a sense of mastery, the more I understood, the more I came to hold the world and its miracles in awe. We too are miracles, each and every one of us, born of the warm breath of life that traverses the heavens, swirling through eternity. When I fully grasped the improbability of our existence, nothing felt impossible anymore. If it could be imagined, it could be done. A passion swelled within me, an epiphany dispelling all preconceptions of what was natural and true, and a presence without, immense yet intimate. Fate, perhaps, holding us in its tender embrace. As reassuring as it was intimidating, how keenly aware I became of creation's fragility, built as it is upon precarious happenstance. I was overcome with an irrepressible urge to know the world more intimately, to hear its voice, feel its breath. I ventured forth on a journey that very day, so very long ago now. Freed from presumption and prejudice, I saw the world through a newborn's eyes. Everything fresh and new, and so beautiful. Lands that stretched on forever. Skies one could drown in, the heartbeat of nature, silent yet strong. And amidst it all a people, beacons of light and life, laughter that warmed my heart like naught else before. They are my meaning, and my purpose, my love. And so long as they need help, I cannot return to the star. Perhaps my future self is still waiting for it. The moment she can let go and walk unto the end. Safe in the knowledge that man will find his own way. You, who are our future, tell me this, and tell me true. Has your journey been good? Has it been worthwhile?
Now, Kith.
Pray forgive my lateness.
Oh, I was gonna say it.
My observation subject was rather irritable, and it took a while to settle it down.
No need to apologize. Your work takes precedence. Besides, we had a pleasant conversation in the meantime.
It was one-sided.
Too kind. Now then, I'm told you wished to ask me some questions.
Indeed. I've an interest in one of Hermes' creations. Meteon. You witnessed a host of them take flight, yes?
Oh, that! Yes, yes I did. It was in the dark of the morn. I'd left the Thalassai after nocturnal observation. As I walked along, I spied a bright light climbing high into the southeastern skies. Then, in an instant, it was gone. Like a shooting star, only rising rather than falling. But then another shot up, then another, and another. Intrigued, I made my way to the edge to investigate. And who should I spy on an isle to the south but Hermes and Meteon, the Matea, rather. There were lots of them, and I realized they must be the shooting stars that I'd seen.
A dazzling spectacle indeed. Have you spoken with Hermes about this?
Oh, yes. The sight left such an impression on me that I approached him about his mystery project the very next day. Alas, he said that he couldn't reveal anything just yet, that he needed to conduct further tests. It shouldn't be long now, though. He often returns to that isle, and I have a feeling he's nearing a breakthrough.
Splendid. We are likewise eager for the details. Well, that is all we wish to ask. Thank you for taking the time to indulge our curiosity.
You're very welcome. It's always a pleasure to speak with other inquisitive souls. Oh, and will you be descending now? If so, I shall link the doors for you.
Please.
So another piece of the puzzle falls into place. From what we've learned thus far, I think we can safely conclude that Hermes hasn't been revealing the details of his research to others, which suggests that either someone will appropriate his discoveries and make use of them, or that Hermes himself will have a hand in causing the final days. Since we have no reason to suspect the former, we should consider the latter the more likely possibility. Proceeding under that assumption, our next step should be to divine why or even if he might desire such a terrible fate for our star. Little face on it, isn't it cute? I should like to visit the site from which Hermes sent forth the Matea. If we are fortunate, we might find some hint of what drives his research, or this research of his. Eileen said she spotted him in the southeast, rising from an island she could see from the edge. If we can stand at the same vantage point, it should not prove too difficult to locate the island in question. Let's take a look, shall we? Blue quests? Nope, but all the way down. Excuse me. Are there any more aether currents in here? Oh. There's only one more. One more actual aether currents. Another cinematic. Hopefully it's voice acted still. Now, if I were conducting some mystery research, where would I go? Oh, what about that one? Having the means to fly, 'tis quite a distance away. Inconvenient, but hardly an insurmountable problem. Come to me, Argos. My friend, would you mind creating a double to carry Malkazir over here to that island? Stubborn creature, there is no place in this great star we have not together traveled, and still he remains obstinate in the presence of strangers. Argos has rather exacting standards, I'm afraid. What? You've written it before? Ah, your before meaning my after. Not at all confusing, that. Interesting. 'Tis certainly not unthinkable. But speaking of the here and now, the quick solution is for us to face off in a sparring match. Demonstrate to him that you are capable of holding your own against me in the battle, and you should convince Argos that you are worthy of his back. Besides, I might even teach you a thing or two in the bargain. You seem doubtful, but useful lesson or not, it will certainly be a moment to remember, a mystery of the distant past to cherish. What say you, traveler out of time? Choose your battlefield. I admire your confidence. Clear your mind and prepare your weapons. I will await you at the clearing over yonder. All the way over there. Let's fight. Shall we begin? Be warned, I will not go easy on you. What is this music?
Let neither side hold back.
Never hold back. Confutio.
My blade sings.
That was kind of cool ability. Yeah, it's lag during a fight. All those confiteers. Really?
Impressive.
I like how it heals me
I
now.
want to try something different.
Confiteor.
No quarter.
He's tough.
I see you
Run
were
Fitio.
easily overcome, but neither will I.
Oh, lag, of course.
Prepare yourself.
Fitio.
We've only just begun. Come at me with your all.
I am.
Very well. Let us move to the final trial.
Flag it up. How many more of these you're going to be doing? Except these ones are faster. Dang. Lag again. Perfect.
Break your chains, shed your burdens, and show me your strength of will.
I want that ability.
You still stand. The people of your time are more resilient than I had dared hope. I have seen enough.
Okay, I didn't need to heal myself. Huh.
Twas my intent to finish it, but clearly I underestimated you.
It was my intent to kill you. What?
One would think I never learn. I made the same mistake with Azam when we first sparred. Despite being less than half my age, his strength was astounding.
You're old.
As is yours. 'Tis plain you have weathered considerable hardship. Far more even than your tales would suggest.
Well, I didn't tell you everything, I guess.
We have both learned much on our journeys.
You can't see my face anymore.
Well now, I dare say he has warmed to you. A boon to be sure. He never forgets his favorites, and is ever eager to come to their aid.
Oh yeah? Like on the moon? I'm actually going to turn my helmet off because not being able to see my facial expressions is kind of meh. Argos will soon have us standing on the very spot where the Metia made their departure into the night sky. With luck, we will learn something of Hermes' intentions. My hope is that we find no connection, no festering wish for oblivion. That we might have Hermes and his considerable expertise working for us rather than against us. Let us move over to the edge before mounting, shall we? That will allow Argos to catch the currents rising up from below and give us a smooth ride over to the isle. Argos motions to his back with his muzzle. You've been given the go-ahead to hop on. Isn't this pleasant? Argos certainly seems to think so. Now, what was the name of that tree? Noah something. Noah Teferion. Quite a striking specimen, is it not? Is that what it's really called? Brace yourself for the landing. I wouldn't want you tumbling off at the last moment.
Quite a small place, lacking even the most basic equipment. The present may yield no clues, but we may yet try perusing the past. Have you done this before? So you cannot control the power freely. Worry not. I shall assist you.
Of the echo.
Come and stand before me. There are two ways to see the past. The first entails peering through the walls of the soul in the moment a subject is recalling a memory. The second requires no subject, and is instead a process of piecing together an event from ripples left in the ambient ether. As memories are etched upon the ether of the soul, so too are they etched upon the ether of the world. In this way can history be preserved. Such memories are given to fading, however, and can prove challenging to visit. But come, let us try. Close your eyes.
Never.
All units fully functional and proceeding on course towards their respective stars. Estimated time to completion of survey is 108 cycles. End of status report. Severing connection with shared consciousness. Did you hear that, Hermes? All is well.
Yes, good tidings at long last. Every step of the way, I've been reminded how little we understand creation. How the universe defies imagination.
But soon we won't need to speculate. We'll know the answers. What others live for.
Indeed. And we'll owe it all to you and your sisters.
I wonder what answers we will get.
Whatever intelligent beings that exist out there are bound to be vastly different from us. Diverse in form and culture, possessed of unique ways of thinking. Their conception of life and its purpose will be no exception. Completely and utterly unlike ours.
Utterly unlike... how?
I have no idea. Yet whatever answers we receive, I will not dismiss them out of hand. No, I will think earnestly on them all.
Maybe one of
I
them
will
brought
share
something
them with our
back.
people, that together we may contemplate our own existence.
And that thing they brought back is what's causing the
Perhaps
final
our
days.
star will become a better place. Not only for man, but for all life.
You just open Pandora's box by doing this?
Meteon, as though I gave you wings to soar the heavens, I did not teach you how to walk the earth. So loath was I to bind another living being. In the course of your long journey, you will learn from those you meet. Learn to walk and run and so much more. And when you return, older and wiser, we will have a celebration to mark your homecoming and coming of age both.
Or will there be apples? Covered in syrup?
And how are you supposed to eat them? Rather than food, perhaps... a flower. Yes. Upon your return, I will gift you a beautiful flower.
She didn't leave.
So, what is your opinion?
Hermes wouldn't wish for the final days. He has a gentle soul, and yet... Don't do that one.
I understand. He is a gentle soul, and well-intentioned. Yet it does not take ill intent to beget ill.
Mm-hmm.
We must consider the possibility that something may have gone awry. Perhaps it was oversight, or simply an accident. In light of this, I propose that we reveal your tale to Hermes himself. If he does not wish for the final days, as we believe, he may well join us in pursuing a solution.
I'm not supposed to stop it from happening.
Then it is settled. Let us seek out our friend with all swiftness.
Or maybe they find a way to stop it.
Do to let such a pure soul be blackened by tragedy.
That does not involve Zodiac. So I can take it back with me. There are any number of places where Hermes might be in Elpis. But we could do worse than look in the Ctesis Hyperborea, the largest facility. It stands on Aethosalitico Boreas, the Northern Isle. I wonder, Malcazar, for an institution which claims to studiously research every species destined for release into the world, did you not question how they found room for all of them on so few islands? The answer lies within Ctesis itself. I touched upon the practice before back at the archives, where a vast area is stitched together out of multiple conceptual spaces. The same holds true for the interior of this facility and its magically constructed environs. It is there, within those sprawling habitats, that the chief overseer and most of Elpis' observers conduct the bulk of their work. Come, the simplest route is via the Neus, north of Huitan Icus. And I have some blue quests to do along the way, so you're going to have to hold your horses. One there and one there. Perks of being a lost flower. Really? Academia student. Have the other one too. All the way back over there, eh? Well, this one's on this island, and that one's on that island, so let's do this one first. Confutio. That one's done. There's usually like a junk monger, and there they go. Maybe they'll have more Giesel greens for me. Yeah, buddy. Speak with her and have her accompany you. Perfect. Alright. Where is this person? There it is. Come on. I have to walk all the way back. What an exciting quest. It's the Occupedi. Later. Gonna keep that music going. That it? Okay. As simple as they were. Taking time. Come on. Thank you. Alright, so I have all but one in the field and one quest, which is probably be the final quest for the zone. Usually how they work. I think the last one of these is on the others. Yeah. On the other zone anyway. They praise the teleporter Vanna told you about. Motes of light yet hang in the air. Suggesting the device was but recently activated. Oh, hello, Vanna. I didn't know you were right there. Ah, good. The Neos acknowledge you as my guest. You should now have the authority to use it as you wish. As for the way to Catesis Hyperborea, we follow this path, then turn left at the crossroads. And then there's the last Aether Current in the field in this zone. Beautiful. Here we are, the grandest research facility in Elpis. We should head inside and ask after Hermes' whereabouts. Hermes is at another facility, as we've just discovered. Furthermore, we've confirmed that his studies into Dynamis, as well as his creation of Medion, were entirely private pursuits. No one else we spoke with appeared to possess the chief's depth of knowledge on the subject, neither did we hear any tales of stolen research. Which means that if Hermes himself harbors no desire to bring down an apocalypse, then he might be recruited to help prevent one. Or so saith the illustrious Emmet Selk. According to your story, the 14 divined the connection between the celestial currents and the final days, but were never able to pinpoint the root cause of the calamity. With our people's greatest minds, not to mention Hephaestus' sharp eyes, committed to the pursuit of a solution, such an outcome seems inconceivable. The only possible explanation is if the nature of the catalyst was so inexplicable that even we failed to perceive it. And what better fits the description than the invisible, intangible Dynamis? Which in turn leads us to our next question. How did Hermes, in his role as Fandaniel, not recognize the subject of his own research? We must assume that he either knew anyone is unable to help, or that he was otherwise prevented from identifying the cause in the first place. At this juncture, all we can do is speculate. To be clear, the Convocation does not tolerate acts of deception or malice. We are practiced at perceiving truth, and would have known had Fandaniel lied to us. Hermes has no conscious wish for the world to end. Of that, I am certain. Means he did it accidentally. It seems there's more of the tale after all. Not Adam. We conducted an investigation of our own, you see. Explain. Explain. How comforting. We seem to have reached the exact same conclusion. I see no reason to delay further. Just time we brought Hermes into the fold, as it were. Thank you for your understanding. Save your thanks. I did not say I believe your ridiculous story. But as Emmet Selk, I have a duty to examine any potential threat to our existence, no matter how ludicrous or personally offensive I may find it. Personally offensive. Get over yourself. I think the time for leisurely exploration is past. If I might have a moment to adjust my vision. There he is, on the next tile over. Medion is with him. Hermes appears to be in the midst of an observational study, but I suggest we hurry over before they venture elsewhere. Head straight down the path. You can teleport to Mesopsi's Euros from the device at the bottom of the slope. I'm glad I'm not like raiding or anything, because this lag would be killer. Oh, come on. They are close by, within the Hungering Gardens. That would be the circular enclosure you see just up ahead. Well then, Malchezaar, make yourself useful and bring Hermes out here to us. If I were to go, he would assume I was only here to press him on the Daniel matter. Of all of us present, you stand the best chance of convincing him to put aside his work for the moment. But the creations, and they're not exactly... Then again, perhaps Malchezaar can handle them. It did survive a bout with Vana, after all. Off you go to find Hermes, but do be prepared to come to blows with the garden's denizens. Oh yeah? Gonna fight him? Put up your dukes. Duke it out. Oh dang. Look at these big boys. Oh, look, right off the bat. Confucio! I'm gonna stay out of fights as much as possible. Now I know why it's called the Hungering Gardens. Confitio! Alright, I've gone around the whole thing. I have to kill like 3 of them or something before I can actually see him. Alright, well... how many do I have to kill? Does he like show up after a bit? No, I'm gonna search on the edges here. How aggravating. Man, I just walk away from these. Maybe we should try that next time. Well, at least Chocobo's getting experience. I'm just gonna try and walk away and see what happens. And lag. Perfect. There he is. Well, I gotta just walk away from him. Nagazare, what are you doing here? I thought you were keeping Hythodius and Emmett Sub company. An important matter, and unrelated to my decision on Fandaniel, you say? Then yes, I will come, as soon as my work here is finished. It will not be long, I promise, but you should really wait outside the garden with the others. This is no place for idle exploration. Let's go walk right through, whatever. Chase me if you want. Clouds. Cloudy today. You spoke with Hermes then? And were briefly entangled with the denizens of the Hungering Gardens as well, I see. Or should I say, smell. I cannot speak for the certain convocation members, but I for one am impressed with your fortitude. Well done indeed. Now that you've managed to convince Hermes to confer with us, let us pray that things will soon take a turn for the better. For as fascinating as it would be to meet Emmett Silk, the Emmett Silk who would recreate Amarat to the depths of the ocean, I think best for all concerned if such tragic events never come to pass, be it in our future or your past, assuming yours is not truly written in stone. Naive hope that is. Yeah, it's probably all this attempting to avoid it is probably going to cause it. Terminator? Anyone? Hermes said he would not be long, yes? Then we shall wait here until he emerges. Hopefully it's back to more voice acting.
My apologies for keeping you waiting. I understand there is a matter you wish to discuss.
Aye. A matter of the utmost gravity. If one can suspend disbelief. Go on then. Tell him what you told us. Who you are and why you came.
Explain. You have a few hours?
The final days.
The phenomena observed during these star-encompassing calamities is likely the product of a dynamis reaction. And none is more versed in the applications of this energy than you, Hermes. I must stress that we do not believe you would desire such destruction. We come not to lodge accusations, but to beg your wisdom. And so, distressing though the exercise may be, I ask that you share with us your opinion on the matter, on the assumption that our visitor's tale is true.
Even you, Vana. As you say, the phenomena observed in the two calamities may both be attributed to dynamis. Of note is the difference in its effect. In the first final days, it warped creation magics. In the second, it warped the people themselves. The key variable, I suspect, is the etheric density of the men of each age. As you know, ether, in essence, negates dynamis. Harboring high concentrations of ether, we ancients cannot readily manipulate dynamis, nor be manipulated by it. Therefore, rather than ourselves, the calamity affected our magics. In contrast, having been sundered, the people of the future are composed of but a fraction of our ether. Thus are they susceptible to the influence of dynamis and its transformative potential. But that would explain only the mechanism, not the cause. Though perhaps...
What is it? Even should it be a hypothesis, we would hear it.
Dynamis is an energy put in motion by feelings. Feelings for which there must first exist a source. A source to which the victims must be attuned. One that harbors the self-same negative emotions. Elsewise it could not be the agent of such extreme change.
So it wasn't the stagnation of the celestial currents. Someone, or something, is instigating the star's demise.
So, we've a villain on our hands after all. Any idea who or what it could be?
The celestial currents comprise the outermost layer of the star's ether, encasing it like a protective sphere. According to your tale, it was where the currents were weakest that the phenomena first manifested. If the inciting factor came from without Aetheris, then its effects would first be seen in those locations.
Greetings. Can you hear me? Do not be alarmed. I mean you no harm. I wish only to hear your words, share your feelings, know your thoughts. May we please be friends?
Meteion. What is it?
Executing scheduled task, suspending individual self and connecting to shared consciousness. Connection established. Commencing status report.
They brought something back.
It hurts, it hurts! It hurts! So hot, so cold, so sad. I don't understand. Make it stop. Please, make it stop.
Steady, Meteion. Steady.
So scared, so lonely. The pain, it's too much. Why? Why do we? They hurt. Hate. This is wrong. All wrong.
She's gone? But how?
She has altered her etheric density in order to blend in with her surroundings, an ability for avoiding confrontation.
Most effective. Frustratingly so. I can't see her either. Not even a trace.
Stay away. Please. This is wrong. My mistake. So please.
Are you all right? In your mind? No. We only heard her speak the instant before she vanished.
Of course. When communicating without words, Meteion also employs dynamis. That will explain why you were able to hear her when we could not.
Then you are our best chance of finding her. Follow her voice and try to track her down. Hindered though we may be, let us split up and search as well.
Aliens. You calm your mind, your senses questing for any hint of Meteion's presence. You fail to hear her voice. She must be elsewhere. Same deal. Nothing there. It seeps into my mind. Our voices reporting. Oh no, Hermes mustn't hear them. I have to run, to hide. Medion's anguished voice grows distant as the source seems to flee down the slope. He's trained to catch you in the faintest whisper, but failed to hear her voice. She must be elsewhere. Okay. Nope, not there either. Greetings and salutations. Commencing reports. Oh no, we can't tell them that. We must run. Run far away. Tell me, Medion. I'm wasting my time. Please don't follow me. Her anguished voice fades as you sense her climbing to the top of the ridge. I have to really go all the way around. Lag. One second. He's trying to kid you in the faintest whisper, but he must be elsewhere. Okay. Stay away. How? How did it come to this? Is this the reason we traveled to the stars? Why we sought out other life forms? Is this it? Is this the answer? No, it cannot be. It cannot be. Her anguished voice drifts away to the south. I guess that's one way to make me just explore this whole area. Stay away. Compiling report for dissemination to Hermes and all peoples of Aetheris. Processing expedition data. Preparing profiles on intelligent civilizations. Formulating answers to the question. Finalizing reports. Almakazar, you mustn't listen. Come on. She went to the watery area. It's wrong. It's all wrong. Mito's anguished voice flees towards the lake. Any sign of Medion? Panicked and confused, which will make it all more difficult to predict her movements. Hermes, what do you make of this situation? The media are linked to a single mind, a shared consciousness which connects them across any distance. I suspect something has happened which disrupted its usual harmony. How might we access a shared consciousness of theirs? Much as you would appreciate any sentient being, directly. In the media's case, that means speaking to any incarnation within physical reach. Unless we can track down the medium we just lost, we have no means to communicate with them. No way of knowing what befell our sisters. No way to provide directions or guidance. Aliens, man. Aliens. Then we had best set our musings aside and concentrate on how we might find her. That's my only thought. They send all these media to try to find intelligent life out in the stars. And oh boy, did they find it. And it's coming. And it's going to be like, yo. I think your planet needs to be destroyed. It needs to go kaboom. Oh, my dear Medion. What did you witness out there that frightened you so? Why do you seek to keep it from us? How terrible could it possibly be? Pretty bad, apparently. Correct me if I'm wrong, but Medion renders herself invisible by matching her etheric density to that of her surroundings, does she not? If so, can we not then disrupt her concealment with a surfeit of ether? How much Emmett Silk solidified your presence when we first met you? Don't be absurd. I can hardly channel ether to a recipient whose whereabouts are hidden from me. Which is why we must all work together. Malgazir will continue the search in the same manner as before, but this time with you in tow. Once he ascertains Medion's likely location, we proceed to reveal our wayward familiar with a swift ethereal downpour. Very clever, and thankfully she has made herself easier to capture by fleeing towards Lethe. Assuming she is made visible, it should prove no great feat to herd her into a corner. And we have a plan. Malgazir and Emmett Selk will be our tracker and trapper respectively, while we others predict and obstruct Mateen's avenues of escape. Emmett Selk and I will keep an eye on each other's ether to help coordinate our efforts. Let us be about it. Well, it seems we are partners for the time being. Let us return to where we last saw Medion and pick up the trail from there. I'll keep myself in a state of preparedness, ready to rain down ether at a moment's notice, meaning if it falls to you to keep the way clear. Emmett Selk is accompanying me. Come forth. Hippies. Must be elsewhere. Nothing this way? We try another route then. I know I can't mount or I'll leave him behind. Dumb. Even though Emmett Selk has his own mount. Maybe he will mount. Maybe I should try it out. Why can't I fly? Are my functions being restricted? Hide. Yes, I'll just have to hide then, where no one can find me. This lag. Anguished voice heads towards the water's edge. We into the lake, as if this weren't tiresome enough. Well, at least an open expanse should make her easier to find. We won't lose her this time. Are you gonna mount up? Because I know you have a mount. Hey, more information. Really? Come on, dude. He just stands there, judgingly. We should be able to reach the bottom of this drop by climbing down the rocks at the water's edge. Didn't even think of dragging me over the falls. Final days to know, if I end up rich from head to toe, I swear I'll feed you to a remora. Hey, look at that. You went over the falls. What are you going to do about it? Look at these rocks over here. Not here. I'm not here. Please. By that rock, is she? Very well. What? Why can't I hide? There was no need to run, Medion. Alcazar, what are you saying? Everything is so faint. I'm sorry, I'm not strong enough. Stay away, I'm begging you. Don't make me say it. It will break him. His poor, fragile heart. Now we have a chance. Once the others are in position, the two of us can herd her into their midst. At least he can keep up with a sprint. I get like pretty much the entire map except for this one spot. That's actually not too bad. Once I get flying, it won't take me long to finish the map up. Actually, I'll start over here. Let's get this blue thing first. Oh, where does this teleporter lead? Maybe that's what maybe that's what MSL talks about. Is this Neos not in use? It seems to have been left to the mercy of the elements. Either way, it bears no trace of Medion's essence. We move on. I want to be like, oh yeah, it'd be funny if you said like, yeah, this is workable, but it's like forbidden or whatever because of A, B, and C. Like it goes to this big thing that's an enemy, and it's like we couldn't destroy it for some reason, and that ends up being like a raid or something. There, I see her. We'll have a little chase scene going on now. Okay. Turn around. Oh well. Went right towards them.
Aha!
Excuse me. Oh, wait, voice acting now?
Give chase. We shall herd her into the shelter.
Now you mount up.
Please, Mission. We must speak.
I'm sorry, Hermes. I'm so sorry. If someone can hear these words, then please. Please protect them. Protect them all. Individual self-suspended. Connection with shared consciousness stable. Our survey is complete. We shall now report our findings. All units safely arrived at their respective destinations. Seeking answers to Hermes' question, we attempted to make contact with the intelligent denizens of each star. Results are as follows, in order of numerical code. Enna. Traces of civilization found. Structures believed to have served as domiciles. No extant life forms detected. Dio. Ruined remnants of buildings scattered across star, surface of which is encased in ice. Presence of life could not be verified. Tria. Evidence of large population centers, akin to cities recovered. No extant life forms found, only their lingering essence.
This thing is destroying everything.
Tessera. Edifices surmised to be abandoned residences found. No extant life forms detected. Deadly plague or extreme environmental degradation likely to have led to mass extinction.
They are all dead.
Octo. Star found in state of violent conflict. Contact successfully made with inhabitants, but deployment of weapons of mass destruction resulted in total annihilation of local population shortly thereafter. Inea. Star is a barren desert. No identifiable flora found. Bones of living beings resembling men discovered beneath sands, but determination regarding their intelligence inconclusive.
Remind me, Hermes, what exactly was the question you entrusted to Meteon?
I tasked her with asking what others live for, what gives their lives meaning.
Did you consider what may happen if the premise of the question is flawed? To be able to answer it, one must be living and desire to continue doing so.
But if Meteon finds no living beings in the course of her journey, or none who desire to live, what then? What answers would she derive from their silence?
Meteon, enough. Suspend your mission and return hither at once.
Decapente. Local civilization once flourished under auspices of higher power. Said power later laid waste to civilization in fit of rage. Upon revealing this to me, entity elected to self-terminate in lieu of providing answer to question. No other intelligent life forms found.
Turning a deaf ear, are we? We are taking Meteon back to Amarot. As I understand, we will need her if we are to bring back all of her sisters.
Yes. Meteon. It isn't right, is it? It isn't right to turn away from the answer. Even if the answer is pain. Even if we aberrations must scream ourselves hoarse to be heard. Aye. Whatever answers we find, I will not dismiss them out of hand. These words I said to you, and I will hold myself to them.
What is the meaning of this?
Yeah, exactly.
You cannot take Meteon. Not until she has finished her report. All else must wait.
You fool!
Where is he taking her? Why, Hermes? Why could you not leave well enough alone? Will these answers assuage the pain you feel when a creation is returned to ether? Had you never cast your accursed question to the distant stars, you may have one day learned to be at peace upon this one. Ah, must be a dungeon. I have time? I don't know. Hermes has headed to Catesis. Considering the expansive dimensions of the place, even we may have a difficult time locating his ether. All I can say is that he entered from the rooftop and likely arrived at the uppermost point of the facility. So, do we pursue him? Of course we pursue him. No matter what Hermes might be thinking, Meteon is a potential threat that needs to be brought under our control. The Convocation's duty to safeguard the star takes precedence over any personal stake in the matter. Malkazer? It's clear we stand on a precipice, but we have yet to determine beyond a shadow of a doubt that Medion's is the hand which tips us over the edge. Nevertheless, if we are to learn the truth of the final days, we must give chase, and even if neither Hermes nor Medion is ultimately responsible, we cannot leave them to suffer this torment alone. Yeah, this leading up to some pretty cool stuff, I hope. I'll read it all account. To Catius Hyperborea we go. You're gonna teleport me or what? Oh, you did close enough. I don't know, with this lag, ugh. Good, I'm glad. What have we here? My pillow is falling off, that's what we have. Excuse me, has something happened inside Catesis? Mistress Vanna, I'm so glad you're here. No one knows what prompted it, but the alarm has sounded and Catesis is put into a state of alert. Procedure dictated that we evacuate immediately, and we've yet to investigate further. Yeah, I know, I appreciate it. I'm getting there, there's only so many quests left. This is Hermes' doing, obviously. What does this state of alert entail exactly? A field of dampening magic is draped over the entire facility, usually in response to escaped entities and the like. Thesis scholars and observers are unaffected, but everything and everyone else is weakened to a fraction of their usual capabilities. And consider us forewarned. We do, however, have urgent business with Chief Hermes and must enter the premises regardless. That said, if Hermes is willing to enact such measures, I wonder what other obstacles he has seen fit to drop in our path. With that enfeebling spell in place, we're not like to be at our fighting best. And I was hardly an effective combatant to begin with. I have little to offer beyond my ethereal vision. Then you will put that talent of yours to good use. You're fairly skilled at spotting weaknesses, if I recall. Fairly skilled? Now you've gone to raise everyone's expectations. You all need to make the most of our strengths, and I'll fill in the gaps as required. As I was once Azim, after all. 'Twas my job to rise to the occasion, be that as defender, aggressor, or healer. So it could be all three. I feel better about my lack of prowess already. And you, Emetzel, can impress us with your arcane majesty. You allow potent spells as easily as breathing, but can also channel the power in a protective manner if you so choose, yes? Well, yes, should the situation call for it. Excellent. That should cover us on all fronts. Your tale led us here, Malgazir, so 'tis only right that you lead us now. No matter what lies ahead, we will win through to Hermes and Medion. And then we will face the future together. Yeah. Ding. Duty available. Close enough. Let's just do this. Form a party. Yep. Seems about right. Pretty much the only option I have. Alright. Let's do this. It'd be funny if it would, when you were in Shadowbringers, they called it a dark party. Even though it wouldn't make any sense, it would just be funny to me. Later scented lull. This music's pretty cool.
Please, turn back, else I might be forced to.
It seems he's determined to protect Medion. Aye, a bright bother this is going to be. Oh, what's over here? Ever wondered whether your creation is beneficial existence? Wonder no more. Our mission is to determine the answer. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, so just something cool. Well, that bot no longer exists, so we're fine. Ding. Get another one in, and then go all out. Lag. Hopefully that's not going to be killer when we actually get to do stuff. Aw, the lag ruined it. I didn't get my Confiteor off. Stupid. No worries. And yes, I don't know if my ISP is being a jerk. Never usually have these issues with it. So. Of course there's a cold zone, and of course we're going through it. Emmett Selk. What a complainer. Okay. Ba, 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 ba. Confiteor. Oh, we gotta go this way. Of course, hit sprint right there.
I see you.
Have a taste. Have a taste.
First boss, Lisa. Oh dear, this fellow seems disinclined to let us pass. We have no choice but to force our way. We do a tank buster right off the bat, okay. Benficio. Okay. Looks like we'll look at the footprints. Flag. Graffiti her off before he disappears again. Yep. I love this music. Come on, lag, figure it out. Yeah, I saw that. I was actually trying to watch them now that it knew to keep an eye out for them. I was trying to watch them, but apparently they stop immediately after he casts the thing. Yeah, so they stop over here. And this is the safe spot. And one down. May you find peace in the ethereal sea. Come, we mustn't tarry. One down. 'Cause I've played other games where you have to watch the footprints and like wherever you have to watch where they go. I think it was Dark Souls when you're fighting. I can't remember her name. Yeah. But they also don't do AoEs, so I guess there's a trade-off. Aw, I clicked Holy Circle, but it didn't go off. What a waste of an expansion. Confitio! Wait, are they actually doing AoEs now? Oh, they're smart enough to do AoEs in the past. Confitio! But I'm afraid we can't do that, Hermes. Kaboom! Yeah, I can't wait to see what my new abilities are. I'm pretty close.
I see you.
Oh, so it's like Circle of Scorn. Anything useful here? Or is this information after the boss? Okay. He may have his flaws, but you can't fault his managerial prowess. Seriously, you want to discuss his candidacy now? Confutio. Yeah, for the most part, I'm a clicker. Like maybe like 1, 2, 3, and 4. You know, anything within those, I'll go for. But it's probably one of the reasons why I didn't do very well as a controller player, is because I need to be able to see all my buttons. Aiming. Goodness, what manner of thinking is behind this? There truly is no accounting for taste. Oh, Vana. Alright. Do this. Flag. Going for the Tank Buster. I like how they added the graphic for the Tank Buster. Inhale. Oh, easy to move. Oh, all the gear sets, like what they look like. I mean, I stood where they were just because that's where they were standing, but I don't know why they were standing there. Confutio! Oh, it's because you can see which ones are going to breathe by them shining. Okay. Forward and left. Gotcha. Took me a second. Confutio. And we should be finished very soon. Yep. A pass for Constitution, but a fail for Intelligence. If its contents is submitted, I will be certain to reject it. This lag. How? It's such a nuisance. Alright, got him. Confitio. Got an ability called Tickle. We're close. I can hear it in his voice. Well, yeah, it's always going to be after the third boss. Ah, I just wasted it. I got too click happy. I didn't go through all my holy circles. Dang it. It'd be nice if the Confeature did more damage based on how many stacks of Requiem Ascot you had. So you could just literally go boom, boom, just wreck them. But yeah, I've always been a clicker. I even used to raid with a trackball. Whatever. Ooh. Why, hello. Enough is enough, Hermes. Confitio. Oh, I missed the guy on the edge. The range of that AoE is not as big as it should be. Stubbornness can be a virtue, but this is a little excessive. Yeah, Hythlodaeus is dropping some knowledge over there. I don't understand why you don't get experience from these. Maybe it's because I'll be doing it in a trust or not in a regular dungeon. But whatever.
Have at you.
Oh, that's right. This does more damage. Even with two people, it still does more damage than just the single target.
Have a taste.
Really? Is that for all dungeons? I think because early dungeons still give it to you per kill. I know they're coming up with some changes where they're going to add trust capabilities for a lot more dungeons. Here it is. Gotcha.
So, it comes to this. I have no wish to fight, but this time, I cannot yield.
Yeah, we could have just not run away.
The world may think me a mad, desperate fool. I will hold fast to my conviction.
Yeah, lag. Protect Medion. He would go so far as to transform. So far as to make himself a villain. Yeah, whatever, Emmett Selk. Alright. Do this.
I will have the time and tranquility I require. I see it. Lust and gale, gather to me.
Confucio.
Each its wrath, unleash your power. Dancing wind, pierce my foe.
This lag.
War is rage.
Have a taste.
Does he know? Nice. I saw that. Didn't get it in time. That's fine.
Stand firm.
Got it. Saw it.
Have a taste.
Streams of ether, surge is one.
I'm not entirely useless. I see you.
Try that.
Confucio.
Dancing winds, pierce my foe.
Have a taste.
Honestly, there are probably a lot of recent bosses that have had interruptibles, but I don't pay attention to that. So, that's probably why it's been so hard sometimes.
Stars on high, war is rage.
Confucio. Okay, that's cool.
I'm not entirely
I thought I died because of the lag. I was trying to follow them, but I was too late, I guess. Too slow. Should have just followed my own instinct. Got him anyway. And I got level 90 from that. Am I still not going to be happy about it? Nope, still not happy. Not allowed to be happy from beating somebody. What? Did they say anything as we win? Nope.
It's over, Hermes. In the name of the Convocation, I hereby take Meteon into custody. And setting aside the matter of your nomination, you will come with us too. We require your knowledge to assess and resolve the situation.
Meteon, I am so sorry. With that, I could have listened to your report in full. Reflected upon its meaning and conveyed it to others. That they might reconsider their chosen course. But I have failed. And that wish will never be realized. However, ere our fates become the province of others, I bid you tell me just one thing. Was there happiness in those distant stars? Was there a reason for living?
No. Not at all.
We conducted our search as per your instructions. We scoured historical records, communed with the spirits of the deceased, heard the final testaments of the dying, welcomed their shadowed hearts into our own. One race had striven to create a world bereft of animosity. They renounced relationships to avoid interpersonal strife, and in so doing brought about societal collapse. One race had renounced war and devoted itself to the enrichment of its people. They were conquered. Though they destroyed the enemy in reprisal, they could not regain their former glory. One race had concluded that finite time was the root of all woes. Aspiring to shatter its shackles, they went in search of infinity. They discovered nothing is infinite, and that neither time or death can be cheated. Disillusioned, they gave up on the future and themselves. One race had discarded all things that gave rise to sorrow, hoping to have only joy. They found joy lost its savor in the absence of sorrow, and lost their will to live. Though worlds apart, these peoples shared a belief. The belief that they had tried their best. That they had tried to fulfill their potential with every step and success. In the course of which, they learned the truth. That they would never be free of fear and sorrow, anger and despair, of loneliness, so long as they yet lived. Even now their souls cry out for oblivion. And to this song of anguish, I lend my voice. We lend our voice. Oh, beloved mankind, shimmering jewels of beautiful Atheris, rejoice, for we will free you from the cruel yoke of existence. There is no need to struggle in vain, for in nihility awaits salvation. You will know peace and serenity, and it will be beautiful. We will make our nest at the edge of the universe, and there in the dark of dead worlds hoard sorrow and suffering. There we will sing, our chorus ever louder and ever clearer, that our song may reach even this ether-shrouded star. Such is the answer we have found in the stars. Such is the gift we now offer to Atheris.
Who are you to decide our fate? To decree we live or die? Have you lost your mind? You heard what she said. She means to destroy us all, yet you'd still take her side?
In the name of the star, we have discarded those creations that we deemed flawed. If we ourselves are flawed, does not stand to reason that we too should be discarded.
That is sophistry, and you know it!
Perhaps it is. Perhaps I am wrong. Who is to say that you are right? Let us settle this with a determination. In my authority as Chief Overseer of Elpis, I will make a judgment on man's fitness to exist. If he can learn to value all life and retain his will to live, even should his end be justified, he will surely find a way to avert his demise. If not, he will perish in stone. As with all determinations, provisions must be made to ensure fairness. Kairos! Awaken!
Memory reconfiguration system Kairos activated. Awaiting instruction.
Command. Universal memory alteration. Target area. Catesis Hyperborea. Starting point. Arrival of Emmett Selk of the Convocation at Propylion. Endpoint. The present.
It's gonna wipe their memories.
Erase
Ha!
the memories of all events. And replace with a vague recollection of the following. I was here, preparing to demonstrate the functionality of Kairos to Emmett Selk and Hythlodaeus. Meteion's shared consciousness became unstable. She and her sisters could not sustain their existence, and all dissipated with a burst. The resultant shockwave accidentally triggered Kairos, which erased several days of memories from all present. Execute.
Command acknowledged. Initializing. 3 processes remaining to execution.
Bravo. I dare say one would be hard-pressed to make it fairer. Everything that you told us, everything that has happened, the fact we've even met, it will all be gone.
Go, Meteion, to the edge of the universe, where none can reach you.
Hermes, won't you come with me? If you were to shed your flesh, I should be able to carry you.
I will remain. As a man, I will oppose the oblivion you bring.
Silly fool. Had you said yes, I would have granted you the gentlest end.
Yeah.
This ends here.
Fly, Meteion!
That is far enough, Hermes!
Argos, to me.
Get her.
First process complete. 2 remaining to execution of memory reconfiguration.
As if we needed more pressure. No matter what, you cannot forget what happened today. For it is the key to saving your future. Your world. This fight is our fight. What comes after, our problem to contend with, not yours. No. Your own struggle awaits, and no one else can take your place. You must flee this place with your memories intact, and I will see that you do. Now then, where is it? There you are, my little confluence.
Almost. Very well then. You may elude us this day, but not forever.
Meteon's gotten away.
Second process complete. One remaining to execution.
No time for brooding. Listen well. Beyond lies a spatial confluence that connects the interior sections of this building. I will destroy the confluence and force open a way outside. When I do, you must jump through.
I cannot tell you how sorry I am. But neither can I let you escape!
Let loose the arrow. Go.
Too brave by half. Exemplary work, as always, Emmett Selk.
What? But how? I thought the confluence was... over...
Over there? Yes. We were rather hoping we would.
It was never anywhere but where it is now. The instant those two began making their way towards nothing, 'twas clear the plan was a diversion.
I'm quite incapable of destroying a confluence, I must confess.
A gambit brazen beyond words. Though we've grown accustomed to reckless improvision due to the antics of an incorrigible associate. Though, in the case of certain present company, incorrigible is an understatement. Honestly, I'm beginning to suspect it's a requirement for every Azen. There's no time! Quickly! Even now, I do not believe your tale. I would not suffer us to walk such a wretched path. Still, if it must be said, do not squander it. The legacy I leave you.
No.
Final process complete. Executing universal memory alteration.
Go, Argos! I'm fine. Just a little tired.
Oh. Pardon me. Put that back in auto. Everything else is auto up to this point.
Can it be true? Are we the only ones left who see beauty in the world? In life? Are the stars above no more than husks of fallen civilizations? And yet, I feel her. Though she is unimaginably distant, I feel Meteion's presence, and the place where to we must go. Ere she made good her escape, I placed an enchantment upon her, one which allows us to follow her trail. She has already left the outermost bounds of Aetheris, and continues on her way. Given the vastness of the universe, it will still be no easy feat to track her down. But thanks to Emmet Selk and Hythlodaeus, all is not lost. We remember. So long as we remember, our fates remain ours to shape.
Excuse me. What now?
What indeed? Let us begin by ascertaining the situation at Catesis Hyperborea, where the others should still be. Given the likely state of their memories, however, it would be imprudent for us to approach them directly. In which case... I am sorry, my friend. I've asked much of you this day. But may I trouble you one last time? Argos will investigate in our stead. We will share in his consciousness and see and hear as if we were with him. Now, close your eyes and open your mind.
The Echo.
Thank goodness you are unharmed.
Unharmed? There is a gaping hole in my memories. I can scarcely remember arriving here in Elpis.
Forgive me. I was preparing to demonstrate the functionality of Kairos to our guests. But Meteion, her shared consciousness became unstable. And she...
So, that's what prompted the state of alert. And when you went to investigate, you were caught in Kairos' accidental operation.
Thanks for explaining it for us.
So it would seem. It's all a blur to me.
Such an unfortunate accident. Oh, and what of Venar and your other companion? You went inside together, as I recall.
We did?
If Venar was with us, I have no recollection of it. But that there is her familiar, is it not? The fellow seems happy enough, so I think it's safe to assume his mistress is well. I haven't the slightest notion who this other companion might be, however.
Ah, well, that individual struck me as a bit different, for want of a better word. Perhaps it wasn't actually a person, but some manner of creation.
Curious. I must ask Venar about it when next we meet.
Yes, you do that. Now, if we may tend to Hermes, whatever this Meteion did, it seems he bore the brunt of it. Once you are fit to travel, you will return with us to Amarot. We need to make certain there are no other ill effects. Also, I am here on business of the 14. We've already had the conversation, like as not, but since your toy wiped my memory, we'll have to have it again.
Yes, of course. As you see fit.
This Kairos, it manipulates memories through the emission of etheric waves, correct? There is a theory which holds that memories scoured by blasts of ether are restored when the soul is cleansed in the underworld. If true, then perhaps when our time comes to return to the star, we shall remember these few days we have lost.
I doubt aught of interest occurred. Look forward to the revelation if you like, but I should prefer to reminisce on more meaningful moments.
That means when I killed him at Selk, he remembered everything that happened. Hand squeeze.
Let us rest, if only for a while. After all, you and I... Oh, we still have a long, long way to go.
Are you feeling at all recovered? I understand that your exertions are more than purely physical, but resting one's body, if only for a moment, is never without merit. As for Hermes, I think it unlikely he will create more entelechies. He poured much of himself into Medion, and now that she and her sisters are gone, dissipated in his mind, the grief must be unbearable. He will blame himself. He will believe that, had he never acknowledged his dissatisfaction with the world, then the media would have never been born to suffer and die. The offer to join the 14 will become a welcome distraction, and one day hence, he will face the advent of the final days in the role of Fandaniel. Boom. Boom. I'm going to go get this map, and then I'm going to log off, because it's way past my stream time. Got it. Phew, let's get back over near her. All right. Well, that will end my stream for the evening. Thank you, everybody, for watching.